Hello? Welcome in, everyone. Welcome. Oh my god. Hello, Mom. Hello, Chaos. Hello, Kenny. Welcome. How is everyone? And yes, I know it's super late. Okay. To be fair, guys, I was gonna start at 9 and then some stuff happened and then I was setting up and then I turned on the HDR and then HDR fucked up my graphics and then I had to find out a way to like revert it back, but then I couldn't find it. You know, yeah. I had to like do some technical stuff, you know, and then I had to like restart my computer and everything, and then here I am. Woo! Oh wow. And yes, I know, but it's super late. It's the weekend. Ha 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 ha. I gotta go sleep, lady. No. Don't sleep. You stayed up before. You can stay up again. Oh jeez. I have work. Just call in. Tell her to go to hell. Oh my goodness. Doing good. How are you? I'm doing great. I woke up early. I went to a family gathering. I left early so I could sleep. Yep. And then I took like 3 naps. Kind of. Yep. Yeah, but yeah, it's good. It's going good. I did some errands and then yep. Here I am. Ha 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 ha. I'm kind of sleepy though. Yeah. But I want to go there. Oh, okay. So it's Shen's fault. My fault? Why is it always my fault? So oh my god! Wait, it's huge. Wait, did you actually like pay bits for that just to make it big? No way. Okay. After stream, I'm gonna see if I can like disable that. I don't know. We'll see. You know what? Just for that, you bonk me. Oh, you the emote? Wait, you still have it? Oh my god. Oh, did you redo it again, Buns? Oh my god. So welcome in, nobody. Did you find early? Early, like like 9 something a.m. That's early, right? I feel like any time before 10 is early. Yeah. Before it starts hitting like the double digit, it's early, you know? Howdy there. Hello, Yoshi. First name Yoshi, middle name Bad, last name Boshi. Welcome. Thank you for the bonk. So thank you for the alert, Kenny. Thank you. Back to Sussy Shen. Oh no! It's always your fault. Oh no! Shen's the scapegoat. Oh my god! I mean, it's in the name. I redid it. Oh my god! I had 10.4k and now it's 9.5. 10.4k and you wasted on the freaking emoji funds. You could have got like you could have gotten scammed. Yep. Oh, early for you, gotcha. Yeah. Early for me. It's 9 a.m. not early, guys. I feel like 9 a.m. is pretty early. Yep. Stick the finger in there. Yeah, give me that finger. Finger my mouth. You guys are so dumb. Make a new scam? 100k? You won't? Maybe. We'll see. Huh? You don't know. Maybe. I'm at 7.2k. 7.2k. Oh my god, you're almost there. All you need is like 3.1. Oh no, wait. I can't do math. Never mind. Oh jeez. How are you doing? First name Shen, last name Obi. I'm doing great. Well, I'm kind of tired. I drank some tea, and I feel like that did not really give me any energy. But you know, I'm just gonna stick to water for now, guys. Ha ha ha! No more Monster Energy drink for today. Ha ha! I drank it yesterday, but yeah. There, I'll finger your mouth. Oh my gosh, Buns! God, you better coat it with chocolate or something. If she makes 100k redeem, I'm subbing for tier 3. Then, no. Then I won't do it then. Nope. What does tier 3 even do? Does it just like give you more like points? Like more bits? Oh no, bits, channel points? That's it? Today is just that kind of day for Shen? Yeah, it is. I feel like today went by really fast though. Like when I actually woke up like fully awake and start walking around awake, it was like 2 p.m. Yeah. And then now it's 10 p.m. and I'm streaming. It has only been like 8 hours. 8 hours is so short. Monster is calling. Drink. Oh, I want some monsters. Actually, I do want Monster. I was drinking tea and I'm just thinking like, oh, I need some. Like, I don't know. I think the carbonation. How are you feeling? First name Shen, middle name Bent, last name Over. Shen Bent Over. He's so dumb. I am really tired today too. Yeah, I don't know. It's just that kind of day, right? It feels so like slow today and like slow, but like everything's so quick and like it's going by so fast. Does that make sense? You know? Also, I will use the variety: honey, syrup, whipped cream, liquid sugar, chocolate. Oh, not loop. Okay, Buzz. Okay. Doubles channel points you get. And if you have it set up, extra emotes. Oh, I see. I'm gonna just have like one special emote for tier 3. And yep, just one special emote. You can loop it. Oh my god, Sussy Buns, Sussy Mummy. Oh my gosh. Anyways, guys. Today, I will be playing Resident Evil 2! We're starting. Yup. It's stream. Oh my god. Make the special emote Trevor. Trevor? Oh my god. Are you finally giving in that, like, that's his real name? Trevor? Oh my god. Sorry, guys. I was talking to my brother. Alright. Is stream cutting out for anyone else or just me? Is it cutting? Am I lagging a little bit? Oh no. Oh no. Hopefully... Okay, not gonna lie, guys. My internet kind of died like earlier before... It was like... Okay, it died at like 8 p.m. and I had to like figure a way to like fix it. You know? You know what I did? I plugged it. Oh, I unplugged it and I plugged it back in. And then it worked. Yeah. Okay, I was assuming it was the game updates I've been going on Steam. Oh yeah, Steam updates. I had to wait for that too today when I was opening up my game. What, do I 2 Evil Residents this time? Oh yeah, 2 Evil Residents. Actually, I don't really know. This is my first time playing. And I'm very happy because you know I'm gonna be playing Leon S. Kennedy, guys. I'm gonna be playing Leon Kennedy, and you know he's tall, hot, blonde. He's a French fry. Mm-hmm. He will never be Trevor, but I know you don't know him by anything else. I know his name is Fender, alright? But I like calling, you know, calling him Trevor. It's funny. It's very fitting, you know? Cutting these? Cutting these nuts! I'm sorry. Bushes. Shen, if you have internet issues, then hit me up. I literally work in internet repair. For sure, Chaos, for sure. Can you help me? I'll reward you with a special payment. Giggity. Special payment? Buzz? Hey, yo. Will you be doing the paying? You know what I'm saying? You know? Are you the hole or are you the one entering the hole? Oh gosh, you guys are so sus. I swear to God, it's not been me. You guys are just setting it up. I'm just contributing. Alright, should I start now? Yeah, let me pause my music. Whatever payment he wants. Alright. I want special payments. Hey yo! Special payments like what? Like you take Visa? Do you want that? Or do you want like credit? Like I could give you like store credit. Is that what you want? Do you take channel points as a payment? Special payment? You know? Show me a good southern BBQ place and we solid? Oh my god, I want some barbecue, guys. Like I don't know why. Like I've been craving for some barbecue ribs and like a bowl of not mashed potato, a bowl of mac and cheese. Mhm. Yep. Yeah. Shoot Shen for me, cowboy. Yeah, shoot me a load. I'm sorry. You get some? Hear me out. Yo. I had some barbecue last night. Oh my god! Was it good, Chaos? Was it good? Oh my gosh! I'll take Valor points. Oh, Valor points is so expensive. Like Kingdom points or like the Valorant bucks. I've been craving for pumpkins. Pumpkins? You want some pumpkins? Oh, wait, pineapple. It's summer. You want some pineapple? Buns? Has some ribs, pulled pork, mac and cheese, garlic bread, and baked beans. Oh my god. Oh my god. That sounds so good. Okay, guys. Unpopular opinion. I'm not a big fan of baked beans. I'm sorry. I don't know. Something about like the beans being super sweet and like in gravy. I don't know. I don't like it. It's weird. It's like it's supposed to be savory, but why is it sweet? I don't know. I can't. I don't like it. I like my beans dry, you know? Like dry and like in a burrito bowl or something. Yeah. Mhm. Valubucks, V-Bucks, Valubucks, plums. Ooh, plums are my favorite fruit. Oh my god, it's been so long since I had a plum. Actually, like I don't remember the last time I had it. I think I was like a child, like I was like 7. but yeah. Well, my favorite fruit, guys, is strawberry, cause I love the tip. I wanted to see what you would think of it. Think of? Oh, with the P? By the way, my favorite food is barbecue ribs. Barbecue ribs? Oh my gosh. Actually, W choice. Really? That's fair? Yeah. Beans? Yeah. They're okay. I'm not really big fan of like, what do you call that? The muffin? Biscuits? Yeah, I'm not really big biscuit person either. The beans are dry with the burrito. Then Shen can make them make them what? Make them water? Make them make them I can't think of a W word. Just the tip. Yeah, just the tip. There's some people who like eat wait, what is it? The grass part of the strawberry? No, I am disgusted. Like, I know it's just a leaf, but like, no. Keep distracting her. We gotta hit the 1 hour mark. It was just chatting. Okay, guys. Last time we were talking for like 40 minutes before I actually started the game. All right. Okay.
Girl? A gamer? Oh,
Girl?
What
the hell? Why is it this clip?
Jaws drop, tongues rose out.
What?
Tongues burst out uncontrollably, licking face and everything in reach. Tiny Cupid shoots an arrow through hearts. Me, lady, heart, and the shape of a
What
heart.
is this?
Truck crashes into a bakery store in the background, spilling white liquid dough on the street.
Shen is so funny, Shen.
Was that right?
Oh my god. Yeah, that's so
I
right.
don't know if I did that right.
Shen, that was amazing. Good job. Totally not traumatizing. Don't you fucking dare hate on biscuits. Yeah, I don't like biscuits. I feel like they're very dry. Maybe I just never had good biscuits, but like, I don't know. I feel like they're very flavorless. You know? Yeah. Shen is fluent in Japanese. Yeah, I yap a lot, guys. That's what makes a cringy streamer. That badum could be the sound of something else. Like what? Like smacking? Like So shit about that clip, what the fuck? Okay, to be fair, we were playing Dubada. It was the time we were playing Dubada. Alright, and like Yoshi sent me a copy pasta to read, and I was like, I'll read it. I'll read it on stream right now. I'm sorry. Okay. Oh my goodness. She got the script from Yoshi. Yeah, she made it while we were playing to say that. Oh yeah. Okay, I don't want anybody to hear it. Okay.
Yeah, I love the movie Holes. Do you not like Holes? What's your favorite
What's your favorite
hole?
hole?
Is it
Glory? Glory hole. Get it? Glory hole. Get it? Glory hole. I didn't know she did that until I seen the clip myself. I'm sorry. I didn't want anybody else to hear because it was cringe, and and there was like another conversation happening. I think I'm not sure. Sure, smacking or a bit. By the way, Shen, when are we getting together for Dippada again? Good question. I don't know, actually. Might have to find a day. Yo, a collab day. Also, guys, I've been thinking like once a week I want to do like a collab, or like a group friend stream. You know? Yeah, at least one stream of like gaming with friends, and then like one stream of like solo streaming. Hold on, guys. I'll be right back. Alright, I'm back. Okay. Yep. I have another script. Another script. Oh yeah! Oh my god! I forgot. Yoshi sent it to me. But you know what? I think I forgot about it. Too bad I can't do it now. Hold on, I forgot you said that. My favorite hole is any form. Someone I prefer. Any form, like even the air holes, the nostrils, the like the eye hole. You need to be more specific, Buns. You know? I get a 5-day weekend for the first week of July, so I'm down. 5-day weekend? Oh my god, 5-day streak of collabs? Oh my god. Are you down for that? Alright. He said from? Not form? From? Wait. Wait. Guys, I'm like reading super fast. My favorite hole is any from someone I prefer. Oh, okay. Guys, I'm a little I can't read. I said what I said. Okay. Don't forget about the 28th. Oh, yes. The 28th. Yes. I'm still down for the 28th. Also, Shen, I have sussy things to tell you. If you want to know, I'll DM you it. Sussy things? Is it about me? or you, like you're doing sussy things. Yo. Better not skip my message. Shit, she left at the wrong time. That message, Kenny? That message? Okay, good. Thank you, Lava. Oh my god. Guys, is it just me? But like when I read chats, I start from like the bottom up. You know? That's how I read chat. Like the most recent, and then I slowly bring my way up and like recollect them together. You know, it's a little weird. Well, I'll just say one thing about me that I can about you too. Hey, yo. About what? About make it two things? Two things? Why does it have to be me? Why can't it be, you know, missed? You know? Because you ask. Like you wanted it to? Okay. A lot of the things I say, guys, I'm kidding. Yeah. It's a joke. Yeah? Yeah, it's not like I really mean it. Bitch, double down. Hey, I think you forgot one crucial thing. I am a coward. Alright? I am a coward. Okay. So, yep. There's that. Yup. The emote. Be my coward. Oh. Oh, well, too bad, Buns. I'm not a coward anymore. Wow, wow. See, that's how you reject people. Also, guys, like, I think I told, okay, everybody who was like in Discord yesterday, I was talking about how I like rejected like a friend of mine's. And it was like a friend I went to like high school with. And oh, I feel so bad. He like reached out to me. He was like one of my closest friends from like high school. Cause we used to do like music together. He was like a piano freak. I was like a guitar freak, you know? We did like music together and all that stuff. We were in like the same club. And like he reached out to me after like years and he was like, oh my gosh, Shan, it's been so long, yada yada, how are you been, yada yada. And then I was like, oh my god, I've been good, oh my god, how are you, oh my gosh, yada yada. And then he was like, oh, you know, like back in high school I used to think you were really cute. And I was like, ha ha ha, like I should have seen it coming. Yep. And then he was like, oh, what kind of guys do you like? And then I was like, I like them funny, tall, and they have to have tattoos. Which is like the total opposite of him, you know? Like I don't think he like he didn't get it, you know? But like he was like, oh, I'm probably not your type, but maybe I'll fit in somehow. And I was like, I'm sorry, I only like you as a friend. Oh my goodness. Buzz. Anything to get away from me? I have names, don't make me dogs? No. Buns, no. I'd probably tell you like another day. Or probably after stream. Cause you for sure know them. But yep, it's crazy. It's crazy. I should have seen it coming. Damn, man, I swear. Funny, tall, have tattoos, bazonga, ding below. Yeah, bazonga, ding below. That's very crucial right there. Very important. Just send me a name and right now. Okay, watch. I will. But you better not say anything, Buns. Okay, you better not say anything. Ha. Yep. It's so random. It was so random. Like I just wanted to talk to old friends, and then they just come out of nowhere, and then they're like, "Oh, I think you're really cute, Destiny." You know. And then how do I react to that? You know, it's like out of the blue. You know, I just want to be friends. Why can't I be friends? Oh my god, I was right. I'm not surprised. Yeah, Buns. Yep. Okay, it's been 30 minutes. I gotta start the game, guys. I need to start the game. Alright, here we go. Today, we're gonna play my lover boy, Leon Kennedy. Assisted, standard, or hardcore. We're gonna go normal. Yes, sir.
Look, man, I'm serious.
Hooray! Yippee! I'm doing it now. I'm playing on like pretty high graphics, so hopefully it doesn't like.
Started coming towards me. She
lag, you know? Yep. Remember what I said? I thought he was cool, but he didn't seem to like being around me. Oh yeah, he's a little awkward, but it's okay. Oh, is that Javier? Welcome in, welcome. You came right at the moment. I'm starting it right now. I'm playing Leon Kennedy story. Welcome in. ¿Cómo estás, Javier? ¿Cómo estás? But I could tell he had a thing for one of the girls I had liked. Oh yeah. Oh yeah, we talked about this, Buns. Yeah, I remember. Howdy. Since Javier joined? You doing the roulette?
Oh, come on. Just getting good.
Okay, buddy. Alright. Okay, buddy.
I need some sleep.
Damn, I want a good burger now. I could be a good burger. Oh no! The car! Oh, the truck! It's broken! Oh my goodness. Oh my god, is that another bot? Why is there so many bots today? Oh, like recently. I'm not even gonna lie, like in every channel I go to, there's always like 3 bots that shows up. It's like, chief viewers, come and join! It gets so annoying. Is he okay? I don't think so. Who are you? Oh? Is that who I think it is? Oh my god! Is that my lover boy? You'll be a good burger? Okay, get some mustard. Ew, mustard on a burger? You want me to gag? You want me to be bitter? That's disgusting. Should we be pickled? Mustard burger? Pickled? A pickled mustard burger. The other goats. Yes, the other goats. Leon Kennedy, my love. Yes, gag, please. Make me. Green and yellow. Is this okay? Is Leon Kennedy hair brown? I thought he was blonde. Is he not blonde? Okay, look around. WASD to walk. Hamburgers. Shift to run. Okay. Here you go. Yeah, gag with your extreme reflex. She's
Hello?
being sussy, chat.
Anybody there?
Bitch, you better be scared to double down in person. Hey, I'm joking. It's a joke. I'm kidding. It's all hee-hees and ha-has. Alright, guys?
Not right.
I like Leon, but I'm Chris. Chris? I like Leon. Leon is super hot. What's that noise? Ice cream? I hear breathing and it sounds a little sussy. Oh, since there's nobody here, can I rob the store then? Like there's money in the money in the register. Oh, brother. Oh, hey, you work here? You don't mind if I take like some of this alcohol, right?
Don't move. I'll be back for you.
Don't move, I'll be back for you. Okay. Lost Mummy. I like Rose, but I'm Mother Maria. Who is Mother Maria? What do I do? Oh.
Stop moving.
Officer, you need help?
Stay back, sir. I got this.
Uh-oh. He, in fact, did not got that. What the F? Shin likes pretty boys? Yeah, I like pretty boys.
Freeze! I'll shoot! What the?
Did I kill him? How many bullets? What the? Can I shoot his head too? Okay, from what I learned from the first game, always save your bullets, you know? Okay, I got a key. Tap to open inventory. Okay. Can I look at any of this? Alright.
No way.
Oh god.
This can't be.
We did? Okay. Not the movement is so much better. So much better! Oh my god! I love it. I love it already. Who the fuck pronounces Maria? 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 Oh, I think it's the key, right? That was the pun? What was the pun? Oh, what was the pun? Ah!
God damn it.
On this!
What the?
Okay. I'm out of bullets! Ah! Oh god. Okay, Leon. Run, Leon, run!
Don't shoot!
Get down!
Uh-oh. So it's gonna be so much time running from Mr. X. Oh, Mr. X! Oh my god. First Javier,
Alright.
tip of the game.
Yeah, I
You
think so.
always need bullets. Okay,
Thank you,
save my
lady.
bullets, use them
safe.
wisely. Rule number 1. Okay. So Shin, how's the camera angle so far? I love it. I love it! Alright, if the movie is so much better, then go back to play OG Resident Evil. I'm good with this. Sorry, it's from Resident Evil 8, Mother Maria, and I was trying to be Mummy Maria. Oh! Oh! But the thing is, I haven't played Resident Evil 8, but how would I know the pun? How would I know? So is the volume good? Is it a little bit too loud for you guys?
What's going on?
I don't know. Hopefully they'll have some answers at the police station.
Wait, you're a cop?
Yeah, Leon Kennedy. You are?
Claire. Claire Redfield.
Hmm.
Live
It's
around here?
okay. It's just a character. Ah.
Looking for my brother. He's a cop too.
Well, it's a good thing we
Oh.
found each other. I don't know what to expect anymore.
Raccoon City. Oh my god. Oh my god. Capcom presents. Okay, look at the graphics. It's so good. Oh my god. I'm going to miss those ugly camera angles from the previous Resident Evil. She wants to be Lady Dimitrescu? I don't know who that is, but I can't because she's really a hobbit. Huh? What do you mean? Same, Lord, the game is a little loud. Really? I hear it well like this. Should I just lower it a little bit? Okay, I lowered it by like a little bit.
Attention all citizens. Due to the citywide outbreak,
This is good, right?
You were advised to take shelter at the Raccoon City Police Station. Free food and medical supplies will be provided.
You don't even know the dummy mommy from Resident Evil 8? No, because I have not played Resident Evil 8. Buns.
Station's not much farther.
I have only played 1.
Yeah, but
And I think I played 5. I played a co-op one with my brother.
They're survivors. It's a big city. There has to be.
Disgrace to gaming community. I'm barely starting this series. Ratioed?
Looks like we're walking from here.
Stop confusing and spoiling our girl. Yeah, stop spoiling me. This is a moment of learning, alright guys? A moment of learning.
Leon, you gotta back up.
You gotta back up. How do you know Leon and Jill? Because I played a game.
There, get out.
I know Leon because Leon is like a very popular character though. You know?
Hold on!
That's how I know Leon. He's like the popular one. Okay, for the longest time I thought Leon was in every single game. And you know, when I started playing Resident Evil 1, I found out that Leon is not in every single game. Okay. The old characters, but not Lady Dimitrescu? Lady Dimitrescu? Am I even saying that right? It's popular too, extremely popular. You know, maybe if I see a picture, then maybe I know. Maybe. No, they separated. No, Claire. Yeah,
Claire, are you okay?
of course. She's not dead, right? Oh.
All right. How about you?
I bet she was in every single game.
Can't stay
Yeah, I wish.
Go on ahead.
Big,
I'll meet you
thick
at the station.
vampire mommy.
there.
Oh, vampire mommy. I don't have bullets.
This is out of control.
Where do I go? Wait, do I have infinity like stamina? Stamina? Do I not have a knife? I don't have a knife in this one, huh? Where do I go? Can I jump over? Do I go to Claire? No, get out of here. No! Ah! Get away from me! Okay, I can't go there. Oh. Still wait for me to... Oh, over here? Oh no.
Shit.
Oh,
It's
it is.
everybody. They've all turned.
I'll turn. Shh, mommy, stop. That's all I'll say, okay? No?
Emotional damage.
There it is. Station.
Emotional damage. Oh. Raccoon Police Department. I love raccoons. How do I get in? Okay. Shivless? Knifeless? You need jump scare redeemed? Should I put in jump scares? Like a gunshot or like a scream? Should I? I've been thinking about it too. Okay, I think everybody else has it. And I don't. I'm like the only one who doesn't have jump scares. Dun 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 dun. Hold on. Can I look around here first? No? Nothing, nothing. Okay. Yes, for future streams, but specifically for scary games. Okay. Wait, can I grab that? That looks like something I could grab. No? Keep out. Uh-oh. Hold on, let me look around first.
Hello? Is anybody here?
Uh-oh. I know this map. I know this map from Dubudu. Shen just needs blurb. Damn, maybe I should do it, huh? Blurb. Okay. I need this key. 3 tokens. What is this? Nothing? Anything here? No? Oh! RPD. She just need Valo gunfire so that we can play during Valo streams. You're gonna confuse me so much. And yeah, you're gonna confuse me so much.
Not good.
David, Marvin, you there?
David? David? Oh my god. Martin? Bro, don't you know better? Shoot them in the head.
East hallway.
Okay.
I gotta find that guy.
Real map. Now we have a map. Okay, this is the main hall. This door is locked. This door is also locked. This is also locked. I could crawl through here. Okay. Oh my god, I could save without using a freaking ink thingy? Oh my god. Oh. Reload. Nice. This Resident Evil is so good. Oh my god, you need the knocking one? The FBI, open up! I have that, don't I? Oh no. A well-worn key. I don't think I need this, right? Store. Okay. Let me go up. So like I said, I'm inside your walls and watching you. Oh, ayo. Ayo, you're inside my walls? What if I'm in yours? You don't know. So you should be familiar with this page thanks to Dubudu. Yeah, I got it. I got the map layout in my head already. Because of Dubudu. Alright. Okay. Soda? Oh, it's safe? Oh, there's a pamphlet.
Right.
Rawr! Welcome to Raccoon City! Did you know while we are the home of pharmaceutical giant umbrella corporation, Raccoon City is a vibrant and dynamic city with a long, rich history of its own. In this guide, we'll introduce you to just a few of the more unusual points of the interest in our city has to offer. Raccoon City Police Station. The building in the center of the town wasn't always a police station. In fact, it used to be an art museum. An art museum. Various features like the unusual clock tower and the goddess statue in the main hall reminds us of the bygone era. Orphanage. Just a few blocks from the police station is an orphanage founded and run by the run by the Umbrella Corporation with the help of the generous donation from the businesses and citizens alike. The building is known for its stained glass windows, which attracts visitors from from around the world. Okay. Oh, can I flip it? Oh. Is it? Okay. There's another door here. Okay, I need that key again. A blue. Oh wait, plant? Green herb? Oh, we're using green herbs to heal again? Wait, that's kind of lame. We're in the city. They can't just give me like, I don't know, like syringes or something. Bandages or something. Oh, another one? Okay. The lioness. I hear wind. Okay. Need another key here too. I love the story in this one. Oh, nice. No, not the FBI one. The Naga one that Yuri has. Oh! Oh! Okay. I see, I see. I see, I see. Thank you for the like. Thank you. Javier. Oh. It likes. Oh. It like knocks thrice on one ear, then thrice in the other ear. Like surround sound, like 3D noise. Like that. Why do I still see the freestyle rap in there? I don't. Okay, I don't know. I swear I disabled it. I don't know why it's still there. Yep. Oh yeah? Oh yeah? Is that Senso? Mr. D.O. Senso? Welcome, Miss Senso. How are you? How are you? Alright. I saw you were streaming today, and I was gonna hop in, but then I fell asleep. Yep. Right now I'm playing Resident Evil 2. Okay, I need a fuse for this. A fuse. Can I look at this? H2 heal? Oh, well, I can't heal while running. Wait, she's not even... It's locked? The fuck? The fuck? Outlast. Outlast was such a fun game.
You're kidding me. I'm like scared for no reason. So they just hit you and like stare at you.
Yeah, I thought the old lady was gonna chase me in Outlast. She didn't. She was just standing there watching me. Wait, something's different? Is this a 2.0? No, this isn't my 2.0. Yeah, guys, I'm working on a 2.0, like second outfit, but I'm still working on it. Okay, this door is open. Can I crawl? Is that my what did you say, Senso? Is that my favorite Minecraft streamer, D Shinobi? Okay, to be fair, I only streamed Minecraft like 3 times. Alright, 3 times. I think it was twice with Senso, and then 1 time was like everyone else. No, give me male Shane. You want male Shen?
Open up!
Who's
Open
yelling?
this goddamn door!
Oh! Can I open that? Is anything here? Open out!
I'll get you out!
He's bitten. He's bitten!
Please!
Give me your hand.
Help me!
I got you.
He's bitten! Oh! Kick it back! Kick it back! Push it back! Kick him! Kick it back! Stop holding on to him! Holy shit. You can totally save him, Leon Kennedy. Yeah, all you gotta do is bandage him up a little bit, you know? I want a trap. This is a trap, what do you mean? Same, I did like 3 times too? What? Oh, officer's notebook? Can you call male Shane? 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 That's hilarious. Goddess statue. Medallions. 3 medallions. Oh, okay. This is the one. Oh, okay. So this is the last thing I need to do, right? Find the medallions, and then it goes down. Parking, way out. Okay. Oh, okay. I got it. Okay. Who are you? Hey, yo! Clean shots? Hey, yo! Okay. Can I go here? Fuck, I missed! Are you dead? How are you not dead? Why? Can I not jump over? No? Do I need something here? Wait, what's this? Unlock? Nothing? Fire hydrant? Sink? What's over here? Nothing? Women? How did they know I'm a girl? Toilet. Oh, first aid spray, nice. Ew, it's flooded. Okay, nothing. Just so you know, I'm calling you Shrek if you lose mail. Ah! Fuck! Bro!
You suck.
Oh my god, I'm out of bullets! What? Did he just fell? Ah! I'm dead. Oh, caution. Can I go here? Bullets? No, nothing? This is a police station. They don't have bullets anywhere? What did that do? Okay. Nothing here. Honestly, I love Shrek though. If you call me Shrek, you better be like Shrek is love, Shrek is life. Okay, Buns? You hear me? Can I go here? No, it's locked. Okay. Instant kill? Anything? Okay. Go back. I need a fuse.
Come on.
Okay, sleepy time. Shit, is that better than the earth for you? Yeah, it is. A lot better. Who are you? Hey, yo.
You're safe. For now.
He's bitten.
Mariana.
Alright, good night, Bones.
There was
Good night.
another upshot I
Have sweet dreams. Rest well. I hope you lock your doors, lock your window, lock your closet. Lock it. Because I'm gonna be under your bed instead. Good night, Buns. Daddy Shrek. Daddy Shrek. She's just racing all of her shows. All her shows? All my shows? I'll be getting off in 7 minutes.
last week and I got
7
told to stay
minutes?
away.
Sleeping so
Check on you
early,
soon.
Kenny? That's okay.
Okay, Lieutenant.
You'll be June's stepdad. Ayo.
You'll be able to find a way out of this.
June's gonna call me
That
father.
officer you met earlier, Elliot.
Elliot.
He thought this secret passageway might do the trick.
This is good news. We can get you to a hospital.
No, I am not the priority here.
Lieutenant, I'm not just gonna leave you here.
I'm giving you an order.
Oh
Rookie.
yeah, he's just gonna
You
sit
save
there the
yourself
entire of
first.
the game, right? And do nothing,
I'd come with you, but I'd just slow you down.
right?
Now, you'll need this.
Have you been through this? Everything would be unlocked and open, and I don't have a frame, so there'll be nothing below my bed. Okay, Buzz. have a long day tomorrow. Oh, I see, Kenny. I see. But yeah, good night. Good night. Good night. Sleep well, Buns.
Got it?
Webtoon LA. Wee. Thank you, Yoshi. Thank you. Damn, it doesn't work anymore? Oh, it's probably Stream Elements. Stream Elements is probably not working. She canceled the subscriptions. I'm gonna need to double check that.
This is crazy.
What the heck, Buns?
You have a bad habit of not looking good. Okay, I tried, but then they're like right there. You know?
Oh, this is the Outlast Trials tutorial.
I'll close doors when I get chased.
I said I'll close doors and I never did. Like, good night, Buns. Alright, now I have a knife. Put this here. E? Space? Can I hit him? Oh, it won't let me hit him. Ah, can I shoot him? Ah, it won't let me aim at him. Ah, okay. Okay, I need 3 medallions. That's the main mission. Okay. And then we have the lion statue. Lion statue. What was it? How do I look at? Can I use this? I could combine it, right? Okay. Let's do this. Lion is, what is that? Lion, herb, and then bird. Lion, herb, and then bird. Oh, lion medallion. And then I could put this right here. Moose? It only opens one?
So Elliot was right.
Yeah.
Yes, Elias.
The passage isn't
That's
open.
right. Oh. Okay. That's it? Hold on, can I save? Wait a minute. Okay. What do I do now? Oh! Now I have a knife. That's right. I can cut all of this duct tape down.
This is not how I imagined my first day.
Oh, this is his first day as a cop? Oh, bullets. 11? Okay. Nothing here. Okay. Shen, what does RPD stand for? Raccoon Police Department. Okay? You think I'm dumb? You think I'm dumb, huh? I watch a lot of like detective shows, okay? Alright, you know. I know what PD is. Radio? Why would you touch it? Why would you touch it, Leon?
What?
Who's there? Put your hands up. What do I do here? Nothing? Oh shit! How's he hanging? Ah! Oh fuck! Shit! That fucking... That generally scared me. Oh my god. Okay, I'm going to bed. Have a good night, everyone. Good night, Kenny. Have a good rest. Have a good night. Make sure you sleep well. I don't know if you're hearing this because I have a break. I'll say it again when my ad ends. Okay, 3, 2, 1. Are we back? All right. Good night, Kenny. Good night, Kenny. Have a nice rest. Sleep well. Sweet dreams. Make sure you lock your doors, lock your windows, lock your closet. Cause I'm not gonna be in there. I'm gonna be in your bathroom, waiting for you in the shower. Good night. Good night. All right. Okay. Well, I know you that Ada's last name was Okay. It's Ada Wong. See? That's what I learned. Ada Wong. See, you learn new things every single day. Okay? Clove. Okay. Green clove. No shit. Yeah. I guess I can take a shower in the morning. Yeah. You know, I mean, you could. I'll just be watching. Okay. Can I open this? Or no? No? Also, guys, are you guys night showers or morning showers? Okay. I could just ignore him, right? Or no?
Son of a bitch.
Son of a bitch! Are you dead?
What the fuck?
I shot you 3 times! Are you dead? Okay. Why is everything all barricaded? Okay. Morning, it helps me wake up. Oh. Morning showers. Guys, I shower at night. It's I'm a night showerer. Yeah. You only know her last name because I told you. Okay. Make up an acronym for RPD. RPD. I don't know. Records of events. September 25th. We're turning the station into a temporary shelter due to the massive sudden outbreak. All police personnel have been instructed to make the safety of their citizens their top priority as we try to accommodate as many of them as possible. September 25th. One of the refugees attacked us in the middle of the night, resulting in the death of 1 officer and injuring 3 others. The person in question was quickly restrained. We believe that this was simply a case of someone snapping under intense stress. September 26th. A mob attacked the station today, resulting in a number of casualties. A few survivors were unable to make it safely behind the emergency shelters. But surrounded as we are, it'll be hard for any of us to escape this place. We're not sure we can fix any of our comm equipment, so we remain cut off from the outside world. September 27th. There was another clash on the west side of the station around 1 p.m. 12 people died, and there is only a handful of survivors left. Everything is falling into disarray in here. David Ford. Oh, David. Oh, another map. Oh, I got the other side of the map. Okay. All right. Night for me. Oh, yeah. I'm a night shower. In the middle of the zombie apocalypse, why are they barricading everything? Well, like... okay, never mind. Roleplay doctor? I don't know. Lamau, there you go, Yoshi. Roleplay doctor? What do you mean? Oh, roleplay. Oh, for RPD? Wait, oh wait, I could go up here. Yeah, okay. The only reason I shower at night is because I don't wake up in the morning in time to shower, you know? Because I'm a very lazy person, you know? So if I shower at night, I don't have to shower in the morning. I can just get up, you know, fix my hair a little bit, get dressed, and like leave. And like, you know, just rinse my face. That's it. You know? It's super easy. Okay, I need a 3-digit code. Storage locker terminal memo. It appears that the keypad on the locker's terminal is missing a few keys. I suggest that the person responsible for this mess find some spare keys and fix this right now! I know who you are, you bastard! Who else fucked it up this badly? Okay. Who is this bastard? Okay, there's a bag in here. Oh! 203. 203? Can I shoot him? Come here, come here. Ah! No! I needed to reload! Wait! Where's he? Where's he?
What the?
Wait! Why is he back over here?
Shit!
Are you dead? Oopsies. Okay, door is closed. Alright! Recommended penis detachment. Chaos. Oh my goodness. 2. Oh, I need a button? I can just press it! What the... Oh my god. Okay. This is so lame. Okay, I need buttons. Button. 208. I don't even have the number 2 or 3. Okay. Oh my god. Shen? Javier? Okay, 106. Why is there more zombies? Are you dead?
Son of a bitch.
Okay, what was it? Oh my god! Bro! Ah! How many bullets does it take to freaking shoot them? Oh my god! Oh my god. God damn. Rick Pickle? Duty? I'm Pickle Rick! Okay, 106, 103, 102. I can do 106. Okay. 106. What is that? Oh? Okay. This is 109? I could do 109. Okay. Alright. Bro!
Ah, shit!
I missed. Fall down. No way, you're still standing. What kind of gun is this? Why does it suck? Okay. 208. Okay, I can't do anything on this side. Okay. 102, 103. Alright. Shoot the body to make sure. Reload pistol, dad. Change the dad now. Yes, it's Father's Day. Oh my god, call me daddy, guys. Sadly, I see Shen in the future without bullets being bitten by zombies. I'm sorry. I'll try. Watch. I'll try my best to save bullets. But they just won't die! They just won't die. Did I come over here? Yeah, the door is locked. Which way did I come from? I came from here, right? I go here. Gunpowder. Alright. Oh my god. Oh yeah, that's right. It do be Father's Day. So what did I get? You want a uwu? New bush trimmer? A bush trimmer? Ew. It doesn't matter. Play as you can, as you want. Alright. Nooses gunpowder. Handgun ammo? Gunpowder too? Shotgun shells? Wait, I could make ammo? No way. Oh my gosh. Gunpowder plus high grade gunpowder yellow. High grade gunpowder yellow too. Mag ammo. There's not a lot of ammo left around the station, so make good use of any gunpowder you find. Different guns require different ammo, so pay attention when you're combining things, or you won't get what you need. Okay. Okay, that's new. Okay, more bullets. Okay, let me look around. Operation report. As you want. Should hit me with a cover? A cover? Rar. Extra nostrils passes on you. Ooh, you're so warm. Couldn't help but notice your bush from across the floor. Nose on your naked and wicked to begin it. Unsip your baggy as pencil, baby. You so musty. Take me, help pet me, and make me yours, and don't forget to stuff me. See me wipe my little baby tail for you, bougie, would you? Kisses and lickies and neck. I hope daddy likies. Nuzzles and wuzzles your chest. I'll be getting thirsty. Hey, I got a little itch. You think you can help me? Only 7 inches long. Ooh, please adopt me. Pass on your bush as I lick my lips. Father hit them with that fairy shit. You don't see it coming. Pop off shit. Alright. I'm done. Alright. September 28th, 2:30 a.m. It's down to just me and 3 others. No weapons, no ammo, and too many skirmishes have drained us mentally and physically. Well then, we're not gonna make it. Officer Phillips was suggested we escape through the sewers. Apparently, through the sewers? Was it not Officer Elliot? Apparently, there's a secret tunnel under this place left over from the museum days. Okay. I brushed our idea off before, but now it's not sounding all that bad. Yeah, there's no proof there's even a tunnel or that the sewers aren't infested with zombies. But I don't want to sit there and wait to die either. It's a long shot, but I'm gonna try and find out what I can about that tunnel. Oh, this is Elliot. Oh, this is Elliot. Okay. Anything else here? Rare. Yeah, there's a door here. Okay, I need a key. Alright, thank you for the bonk, Yoshi. Thank you, dude. It was even better than I expected, Lamau. I was expecting you to ask what song. Well, you were specific, you know? Rookie first assignment. Leon S. Kennedy. Oh my god, it's me! I'm Leon Kennedy! We're putting you on a very special case for your first assignment. Your mission is to unlock your desk! The key to your success is in the initial of our first names. Input the letters and orders of our desk. There are 2 locks. one on each side of your desk. Make sure to get them both. Okay. Basically, your first task is to remember your fellow officer's name. But if you figure that much that much out, right? Oh, you figured that much. Oh my god, I can't talk right now, guys. My god, so much yapping. Good luck, Leon. By the way, it might take a little work to get Scott to give you a straight answer. Lieutenant Branagh? Branagh. Okay. Scrawled in a corner between drops of blood. Be glad you're not here, rookie. Is this my desk? Come here. Come here. Come here. Come here. You did? Okay. Was it because I was expecting you to ask what song? Okay. Was it? It was by initials, right? No? This is my desk, right? Oh my god, bro. Ah! What the hell? I was still shooting him.
You bastard.
Can I get my knife back? Wait, I can get it back? Okay, W. Okay. Is it the opposite way? So this is L. What? Initials, right? Am I tripping? There are 2 locks, one on each side. The initial of... Oh, the key to your success isn't the initial of our first names. Put in the letters in order of our desk. There are 2 locks, one on each side of your desk. Make sure you both... Okay. Whose desk is this then? Marvin? This is Marvin. Rita Phillips? I don't know who this is. Wait. Oh, this is not even a desk. Okay. Niall? Elliot? You are David Ford. And then, who was it? Hold on. Let me... I'm gonna read it again. Okay. It was his first day as a police officer and the world ended. It must be the worst day on the... worst first day on the job ever? Yeah. Worst first day ever. Your mission is to unlock the keys to success in the initial of our first name. Input the letter in order of our desk. There are 2 locks. Lieutenant? Wait, then who desk is this? Okay. Who desk is this? Is this my desk? Wait, I'm a little confused, guys. Putting in the first, your mission is to unlock your desk. The key to your success is in the initial of our first names. Input the letter in order of our desk. Oh! Okay. I'm dumb. Okay, so M, K, N, R. Who desk is this? There's no name here. N, R. I got it. N, R. And then this one is N, E, N, E, D. N, E, D. Okay. And this is M, R. Who desk is this? There's no name here. MR? Oh, MRG. Okay. I just guessed. Oh, Mags? Does that mean I get another gun? Already? So soon? Okay. That's it? Thank you, thank you. See, I'm very big brain. I'm very big brain. Is a safe here? Anything else? No? And I need a key to go there. Okay. Okay, I went in here. I came from here. This door is locked. Yeah. It's over here. Nothing? Inventory is very small again. Yeah. It's okay. I learned. You know, make space. One for heal and then one for my gun and then my knife and then at least save at least 3 slots. Can I shoot him? Safety deposit room. Okay, I was just here. Now I need 2 buttons for this. There's 103, 102. And I need a card for this. Gotta roll film. Film? For a shotgun? Okay. Okay, I could get a shotgun here. What was in the desk drawer? It was this. The mag? That's all I got. Right? Okay. Is that everything? That's all I had to go into? Can I go up somewhere? Okay, I can't climb up the stairs. Oh! Okay. Can I combine it? This one? Okay. What is this? Wooden boards? Wait, can I board it up? Oh, okay. Hey, come over here. Okay, medicinal benefits of herbs. Oh, green herbs have the ability to heal basic injuries, while blue herbs have the tree poisoning. Okay, so the same thing, right? Red herbs, while they are visually appealing, they offer no benefits. Or so it was thought until recently. Combining herbs together, okay. According to one doctor of Asian medicine, mixing blue and red herbs together produces a blend that strengthens one constitution. Truly, we have only begun to realize the full potential of these herbs and their ability to heal the human body. Further research is sure to yield even more fascinating results. Okay, so it's like the same thing, right? Okay. Carpenter Leon. That's funny. Okay, I'm gonna put this away. And this, because I don't have a mag. What's in here? More bullets? Oh my god! Wait! Hold on. Oh, take out. Combine. 13? I get 13 out of that? my god. That's a lot. Okay. The dark room? Film contain evidence, do not leave out. Oh, it's the red herb! Okay. What's this? Photos? Oh, okay, okay. Okay, where did I put it? Right here? And then I could put it... Walk in, Kennedy! Oh my god. Put this here. Commemorative photo. That's it? Can I make it dark? Is it? Do not leave out. There's music now. Hold on. Let me save it again. Okay. Nothing? Anything else? You did? Who are you? I missed! Okay. Okay. Oh! Combine. Now I got 22 bullets. Anything here? What was that? I don't even know. Okay, I need a crank here or something. What's this? Portable safe? Portable safe instructions. Press a button to light up the corresponding lamp. Light them all to open the safe. The buttons must be pressed in a certain order. Pressing a single button out of order will cause all of the lights to go out and you will need to start the sequence all over again. Okay. What's this? Anything in there? Nothing? Shotgun bullets? Okay. Ah! Fuck, shit. We dead? Oh my god. Yeah, I'm gonna need a crank again. Do I get hurt? Okay, it won't let me go in there, okay. Examining items. You can examine the item from a different angle by selecting it and using the exam command. Okay. Examine? Okay. Oh. Oh, okay. This one. Oh, wait, I'm so lucky. This one. This one? Okay, this one. Oh, this one. Oh my god. This one. Okay, I got it. That, oh my god, I'm so good. Wait. Spare part. Oh, I got a key. A keypad. Okay. Wow. Oh my god, I'm so good. Unexpected. I did that so quick. Oh my god. What did dyslexic zombie eat? How do you open inventory on IRL? Tab? You open your bag? Raw Yoshis? No, they eat brains. Oh, Brian's. Brian's. I read as brains because that's hilarious. That was really good. Did you for real just luck your way through? I did. I did just luck my way through. Kind of crazy. Kind of crazy. I'm telling you guys, my luck is incredible. I have incredible luck. All right. It's actually insane. Should I go up? I feel like I should go down. Oh my god, oh my god! They can't come in here, right? Okay, okay. I could store this. Store this. Alright. I think Shen is dyslexic. You know? Maybe. Maybe, alright? It's a maybe, okay? It's a maybe. They broke through, right? No? And then I could go back over here. Okay. Put this on number 2. Okay, let's do number 2. Okay, which one was this? 203, 208, 208, and then 102. Oh? Oh my gosh! Thank you for the raid! Welcome in, Kaiju Talali. Welcome, welcome! Welcome in, Raiders! Welcome, welcome! Thank you for the shout-out kills! Thank you for the follow! Thank you! How was your stream? What did you do? Hey, yo! Oh my god! Thank you for the raid! Holy shit! Welcome in, Culture Flow. Welcome, welcome. How was everyone's stream? Oh my god! Double raid! Welcome in, everyone. Welcome, welcome. How was you guys' stream? Were you guys doing a collab, or you guys just happened to raid me at the same time? Thank you for the follow. Thank you, thank you. Welcome in. I like your horns. Thank you, thank you. They're pretty badass, right? Sorry, guys. I'm and for context, I am a goat. Thank you, thank you. Welcome in, everyone. How was your stream? What did you guys do? Oh, how is everyone? Make sure you like drink water, do all your what do people call it? Post stream routine. Oh, post stream care.
Okay, I know this is a
Oh
really
my
bad
god,
idea,
chewing!
but it's 2 a.m. and
I'm bored, and I'm gonna regret this so much.
okay. Ready? Right. Astronauts are pouncing on you. Ooh, you so warm. Couldn't help but notice your butt from across the floor. Nuzzle you naked, you wake it to the hee. Unzips your baggy ass pencil, baby. You so musty. Take me home, pet me, and make me yours, and don't forget to stuff me. See me while my little baby tail for your boji. Kisses and lickies and neck. I hope daddy like these nuzzles and wuzzles are jazz. I'll be getting thirsty. Hey, I got a little itch. You think you can help me? Only 7 inches long. Ooh, please stop me. Pause on your boy just and lick my lips. Ooh, punish me, please. Better hit them with this fairy shit. You don't see it coming.
Thank you for the redeem, Chimmy. Thank you, thank you. Damn, you've been waiting for this moment, huh? You gotta embarrass me in front of everyone? Oh my god! So fire. Thank you, thank you. Thank you, guys. Thank you, everyone. Yeah, I have a cover. It's 10,690 points. Thank you, thank you. Yes, I'm a. Thank you. I don't think you guys can tell. I'm like super like flustered and embarrassed and like. Thank you, Chewing. My God. I'm only a few thousand off from redeeming it myself. No, Chaos, stop! It happens every single stream. It gets played at least once every stream. I didn't understand anything, but damn, that's great. That's great. It's a very sussy song, alright, Javier. Very, very sussy song. Oh God. Oh, thank you for the bonk. Thank you, Yoshi. Hope you all enjoy that, and you're welcome, Shin. I might not do much as a OD. Oh, as a mod, but I can shout out pretty well. Yeah, thank you, Chaos. Thank you. W mod. Yep, I love that song. Oh. You're welcome. I covered it myself. It was an impulse thing, and yep, you can only see it on my channel, or like only on streams. It's stream exclusive, and it costs 10,690 channel points. W Chaos. W. I also banned a bot earlier. Oh yeah, I saw. I was trying to do it, but you got to me first. Well, sounds good, and that's enough for me. Thank you, Javier. Thank you. Oh my God, you guys are making me forget what I'm doing. Oh God, someone clipped that for me. No, Chewing. I was in a Valor game. Oh my God, you playing Valorant? Oh my God, you better get that MVP, Chewing. Okay, was it 102? Okay, 102. There we go. Ha 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 ha. Thank you for the applause. Well, I have a Twitch add-on that just let me drag to the side to ban. Oh yeah. Oh, what is it? Better TV? Was it? Yeah, I have it too, but I barely use that feature. Okay, 102, 203, 208, 208. No, I have Frankerface. Oh, Frankerface. Okay, I have both of them, and only use it for the emojis, the emotes. Okay, more shotgun shells. And the only one I need to open is 203 and 103. Can I take it off? Guess not. Okay. Where is my... Okay, this office. No? Why is it so easy to embarrass you? I don't know. I'm a very shy person, alright guys? But I'm a very cringe person, and I have shame. Okay, I have shame. Okay, I could store this. And then we could go.
You guys
up.
are giving away false information. Alright? It's not a harem. It's not.
It's not a harem.
It's not. Alright, guys? It's not.
Shit.
Is guy alive again?
Because it's not scary enough to be a background. Who said
Oh,
the background
yeah.
gotta be scary?
Oh yeah,
When
guys.
you
I do have a Discord. I have a Discord. For context, I have a Discord, and like everybody in that Discord keeps calling it a harem. I don't know why. It's because I like reading like harems and like, you know, there's a bunch of guys in my Discord. I'm like one of the only girls in there. Okay, it's not my fault. It's also not a harem. Oh jeez. Oh my god. I don't know why my... Okay, I might need to check stream elements. Because it's not working. Yep, I'll double check it. Probably after stream. Oh, I got a key now? I have the key, I have the key. Yep. But it's okay. There's also a link in below my about me. So, yup. Oh, another board. Harem? There's no harem command anyways, chewing. There's no harem command. Should I make one? Harem command and you just put a list of people's name. Oh, we're at the top.
It's Marvin. I need you back here ASAP.
Are you okay, Marvin?
I've got something to show you. It's important.
Copy that. I'll be right there.
Okay. Marvin. Dunes. Put it here. To any survivors. Okie dokie, I hope you have a fantastic stream. Thank you so much, Tali. Thank you. Thank you for the raids. Thank you for the follows. Thank you for sharing your community with me. I hope you have a great like in the closet. Thank you. Oh my god, my message isn't popping up. But thank you. Hope you have a good one. Make sure you stay hydrated. Go. Now since I'm pausing, let me see if I can like fix my stream elements really quick. Alright. Good night, y'all. Good night, chewing. Have a good dream. Make sure you know, lock your doors, lock your windows, lock your closet, cause I'm gonna lurk. Yo, good night. Is it not working? I don't know why Stream Elements isn't working. Oh no. Oh, I will fix it after stream. It's a little scuff. Today was a little scuff. But it's okay. There's always scuff. Thank you. Good night, chewing. I'm gonna see if it will let me add a command. Alright. Okay, chaos. Hold on, guys. Let me see if I can fix it right now. Wait a minute. Oh god. Oh god. Okay, if Stream Element doesn't work, then no commands today, guys. That is... It is what it is. It is what it is. Stream Elements. Dashboard. Wait a minute. It should work. Is it not working? Why is it working? Oh, I will fix it after stream. Alright, let's just go back to the game. Okay, 4 sector time. What the heck is that command? Chaos. You should totally join the BL Fantasy Harem, aka the Discord channel. The link can be found in the About Me section. That's so silly. Okay, to any survivors. Consider this a gift to anyone still unfortunate enough to be alive. Keep your eyes peeled for those creepy fucks that look like they're skin alive. Lickers, we call them. They're blind as bats. Oh, they're blind as bats, but their hearing is more than makes up for it. So as long as you don't turn around like a total idiot, gun blazing, you should be able to slip right by them. Probably. Either way, make like my grandma and creep around as low as possible around them, yeah? Anyways, not that I want to go, but duty calls. Duty. That's... And I've got a friend to avenge. David. Whoa, David sounds so cool. I actually don't know what a harem is. Oh god. That's great. I had to spice up the Discord command a little bit. I looked it up. You looked it up, Yoshi. Yeah, that's a harem. But yes, Moss should be able to add commands as well by doing it like that. Oh, I see. I didn't know. I didn't know you could just add commands as a mod. Like, I've been doing it. Well, I have not even been doing it at all. Okay, so I got the key. I got wooden boards. Okay, since I have the key, I could go inside like other rooms, right? Now. What the heck is this creepy ass doll? Can I see that? It's a little like Victorian clown doll. That is so random. In the middle of a police department. Can I just pew pew? Okay. I didn't go over here. I don't think so. Oh, here. Hip pouch. Okay. I got more space. All right. So if you need a command added, I got you. Thank you, Chaos. Yeah, just exclamation mark command add, and then put in the command you and the text for it. Oh, you want? Okay. You mean a jester? Oh. Jester clown, it's the same thing, right? One is just more modern. Right? Some guys scribbling. Damn, those corporate assholes, they cut me off after all I've done for them. But that's how it's gonna be. So be it. I'm gonna have a little fun of my own as the world goes to shit. I boarded all those filthy pigs up in the steel pen, and set some C4. C4 these nuts. All I gotta do is detonate it and sayonara, suckers. But it's no fun if it's over too soon. So maybe I'll give that one raving loon something to really squeal about. Yeah, maybe I'll give him a little toy and tell him, kill the guy next to you and I'll spare the others. I wonder what he'll do. You yell about justice and pride, but how many times do you go against me, your own superior? Oh? Wait, is he the captain? Is this the captain? Yeah, you're such a good cop. So good you had to die. No, this guy is so edgy. This guy is so edgy. It's so funny. Man, is this fun. I need some music for this. This guy is so edgy. Okay, buddy. Oh, wait. There's a token right there? Okay. C4. Huh. Okay. This is where I get the next token. Alright. And then I went in here, right? This room? Okay. I don't want to go here first. Oh, I don't want to go here yet. go back down. No, a jester is more so opponent to be a jokester. Then what does the clown do? Does the clown just like I don't know, like clown around? I thought that's what a jokester is. Like they're basically clowns, right? Or have I been wrong this entire time? Oh my god! Okay. Let me get more gunpowder. More bullets. Combined with this one. Okay, here, let me save. I'm gonna save. Okay. I could save as many times as I can, right? It's not like the first one. Okay, since I have this key, I could open all these doors. Where did I even go? Stairs? Wait, where did I even come from? Hold on. I came from here, right? And I can't go out. I can't go back up. Shit. Honor. Okay. I guess we go up. Okay. A clown is just a job that someone has? Or a fool? Oh. Ooh, okay. But is it a jester a job too? Or a fool? No? Is it not? You guys want to know like a very scary... It's not scary, but like... I used to like go to like a hospital when I was a kid. And like there was a clown. Alright guys? There was a clown. And I have like a picture of him. Like me with him. And then looking back at it, that man was not even smiling in the picture. He was frowning. But then like the clown makeup on him makes him look like he's... Ah! Oh my god. Makes him look like he's smiling. But he wasn't. Oh. Okay. Wait a minute. Oh, come here. Can I crouch? I can't crouch? No? Can I go here? Oh, I can use the key here. Okay. No. Don't come here. Oh wait, I'm here now. I'm back at the main hall. Okay, so that key goes into there. There's another key. What is it? Oh, does it mark it? Okay, I'm here. Was it this door down here? Oh yeah, I forgot. Marvin called for me.
Come here. Take a
I
look.
totally forgot.
Yes.
You know her?
Yeah.
Oh, Claire?
Name's Claire. I came into town with her.
You can
A
get to that
jester?
courtyard.
Has more talent than
second
just
floor.
being funny or making stupid jokes?
Side.
Okay.
I'm on it.
Am I a clown or am I a jester? If you were to like put me, you know, in a category, am I a clown or am I a jester? Okay, this door open. Oh, so here, this door. You a trip? Can you elaborate? I'm a trip. back here? Oh wait, it says welcome Leon. Wait, that's so cute. That is so cute. Okay, there's also a safe here. Okay. So this is just a shortcut. Oh, is that Toshi Fushiguro? Oh my gosh. Welcome in. Welcome, welcome. How are you? How is your day? Can I go back over here? Alright, do you want me to be nice or harsh? Oh. Both? Tell me the harsh one first, and then the nice one, please. Yeah. Right now I'm playing Resident Evil 2. Yeah. I just started it too. I think I'm progressing pretty good. Yeah. Over here, this door. Okay, another board. Combine. Can I open this? Oh, I need a crank. I'm gonna crank it up. You can discard items that have served their purpose or any other key items with a check mark by selecting the... Wait, that's it? I already used it all? This? Okay, let's just keep it for now. Oh, what's this? Oh! I can get the shotgun now? Oh my god. Alright, harsh first it is. Yeah, give it to me rough, please. Okay. Article, the Red Stone. The ruby that captivated Edward the Black Prince. The pearl that the Queen of the Nile milked dry. The diamond that led a queen to the guillotine. There's no end to the number of tales related to the appeal of jewels. This mysterious red stone is simply the latest to sparkle among them. Like those other jewels, this one's origin is unknown. It's said that it once adorned a noblewoman's jeweled box, and was even dedicated to a wise king. This stone that has long been shrouded in legend will be on display during auction. There are sure to be many eager enthusiasts enthusiasts there? Oh my gosh, guys, today I cannot read for some reason. I don't know why. I'm gonna drink some water. I know you can be smart, but it can be hard to see sometimes. You can consider it one of your charms, but it's also annoying at times. Oh my goodness. Oh, that was bad. That was the harsh one. Wait, that was so nice though. And now the nice version. Sometimes you say things that concerns me. Oh, huh? That's nice. Okay. Wait, I'm so confused. Okay. I can make a harsh version of it. Go for it. Okay, but dear reader, one would do well to approach with care, for devilry lies in beauty's shadow. This jewel has turned caring nobles who love their subjects into despots. Despots? Am I saying that right? More terrible than Caligula, and we have the tales to prove it. Seriously, it's precisely because these jewels are bathed in blood that their luster stirs something in the hearts of the people everywhere. Okay. I'm trying to keep it tame for stream. Okay. We love a very tamed stream, you know? Statue's left arm. Okay. Can I put it here? No? That's it, right? Or is that the wrong arm? The red jewel. Can I take it? No? Oh god. Oh wait, there's a... Oh wait, I can't even open it. Okay, what if I just leave it like that? It's fine, right? I feel like I might need to add something to it. Up? No? Okay, we'll come back. We'll come back. This is the waiting room. Oh wait, this is where I came from. And then the art room. This is where I came from. Okay. Okay, and then this is... I need a crank. Okay. I could have said that I have to dumb down my vocabulary so that you can understand me sometimes. Oh, I see. It's okay. You know, I get it. Sometimes it has to be like that, you know? Alright. Oh! Shinobi, we are aware that you possesses the compatibilities to reason and say meaningful words in order to communicate a message with the interloculars. But you don't seem to have the competence to use those abilities just... That's great. That's great. I love how you use super big words. That is amazing. Thank you. Oh hey, I think you're about to meet Mr. X. Am I really? Oh, there's fire outside the window. Is Mr. X really like scary? Uh-oh.
Hey! Leon?
Claire?
Claire! Hold on, I'll be right there.
Are we just turning this into a roast to Shen stream? I love a roast.
Claire. It's so nice to see you.
How are you doing? That helicopter just came out of
Yeah.
nowhere.
Okay, if I play Claire,
You don't have a key.
is
to
her
those fancy
like her
pockets?
gaming
Unfortunately,
like
no.
route like different?
How are you doing?
Like instead of her going inside the
Surviving.
police department like Leon,
It's good.
is it gonna be like a whole different
Good
like
luck with your
journey?
brother.
No, not yet.
Claire, don't lose hope. I'm sure we're gonna find him.
Or is it like the same and they just swap places? Like Leon's the one outside.
You know what that means?
You see when you see? Okay.
Dinner time.
Claire, I think you should go.
Don't worry about me, Leon.
If I remember
Take care
right,
of yourself.
yeah, it's a bit different. Oh. Okay.
Claire, you need to go. Now.
Claire, you need to go now.
Okay, let's get through this. Both of us.
Okay, Claire. You would never be as hot as Jill.
Marvin, I've got a situation here. I'm surrounded by zombies. Marvin, do you copy? Marvin!
Uh-oh, Marvin's dead. Marvin's dead. Okay, I have a cutting tool. Oh, I can cut this now? Okay. Oh wait, I'm here now. Oh, you dead? Okay, let me put this here. you dead? How many bullets are you gonna take? Ah! Dude, I shot you like 5 times! Die, please die! Oh my goodness. Okay. Okay, I can't go there. Wasn't there another door for me here? Was the key? Was it this one? No, I went in here, right? Barricade. What was this? Just a dark room? Nothing? Okay. I don't know, there are some pretty good Claire mods. Wait, there's mods? You can mod this game? Oh my god. Ew. What's this? More. What the heck is this? Oh, more bullets? Okay. I don't know, I think I will... I don't know, I like Jill. She's a little dumb. Jill is a little dumb, but we love her. Okay, I can't open that. Oh, I still need a fuse. Can I crawl out? No? Wait, why can't I crawl out when I crawled out last time? What? I'll add on to this. Ready? Shen Stinky. Did not silence me? What do you mean? Did not silence you. No? How could you say such monstrous things? I know, right? Oh my god. I should delete that message for such. That's hilarious. A fuse? Oh, it's a flash grenade. Okay. Can I equip it? Equip? Equip?
Jesus.
Can I just put border? Ah!
Just.
Okay. Oh, done!
What the hell?
Roll. Okay. Let me just board up this window. Alright! I only spread the truth. You obviously haven't seen the mod I've seen. I mean, I'm pretty new to this series, alright guys? You know? It's not like I've been gaming for more than 12 years, like certain people. Oh! Round handle? Oh, I know where to use this. Okay. You know what? Since I don't need this, discard. What is this? High grade gunpowder? Okay. Since I'm about to die. Okay. Here we go. What is this? Anything else here? Can I stab him instead? Oh my god! Where's your knife? Never mind. I should have done that. Equip? fuse? Oh my god. Is he dead? I was gonna knife him. Okay, I need a. You know, I might as well use this. Okay. There we go. There we go. There we go. Anything else? Over here? What's this? More gunpowder? You know what? I'm just gonna board this up. I can't board this up. What can I board? Can I board this up? I need inventory space. I need inventory space. Where is it? I just saw it over here. Oh my god. Also, welcome in, Karai. Welcome, welcome. Is that the GOAT? The one and only Shen of the Obi? It sure is. It is I, the greatest of all time. Shinobi the GOAT. Yes. Shen, I've been gaming since I was 3. You know, I think I was gaming when I was 3 too. Yeah. The first game I played was Duck Hunt on the Super Nintendo. Oh, why didn't I see this earlier? Can I save? Can I save? 2. How you doing? I'm doing great. I'm doing great. I'm actually progressing so, like, a lot better than the first game. Like, is it just me? But I feel like this game is
Still alive.
like the second game is a lot easier than the first game. He's gonna turn, right? I feel like he's gonna turn. Okay. We're here now. Huh, where's my map? Okay. Reception. I go over here. Okay, now I'm here. Oh wait, I could grab the shotgun, right? That's right. Over here. Oh my god. News? Okay. Wait, but I don't have room. Wait. I don't have room. Okay. My inventory is full. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god. Let me put some stuff away. Yeah, the first game is something else for sure. Yeah. When I told my brother I was gonna play the first game, he was like, are you sure about that? It's like one of the hardest ones. Yeah. So welcome, man. One True L. Welcome, welcome. How are you? Oh my gosh. Bagosh. What? Oh, Bagosh. Oh, I could store this. And I could probably store this. I don't think I need it. And now I could go grab the shotgun. So thank you for the redeem. Now I have goat eyes with hearts. Yep. Thank you. How are you? How are you? One Trill. Levi, how are you? Okay. Change my weapons. Okay. I'm surviving, but it's going okay. I hope everyone's doing well. Yeah, I'm doing great. I'm having a lot of fun. This game isn't as hard as the first one, which I'm kind of happy. Yup. Can I combine this? Or I have to switch it, huh? There you go. still got 6 bullets. You know what? I don't think. Okay, I don't think I need this. Okay. We're gonna stick with my pistol for now. No. Let go. And yeah, I guess I'll store this. Red herb. Okay, let's take this. Just in case, you know? Just in case. Levi! I forgot to say that. Levi. No, don't hit me. What was I doing again? What was the shower room? Oh my god. Is my gun not equipped? Me too. Die, Missy! Okay. Damn! So many bullets. Okay, and then I can use this here. Alright. The steam is gone. Oh my god. Shower? Oh my gosh, we're taking a shower together, guys! We're taking a shower together! Oh my god, Leon's all wet and steamy. Who are you? Are you alive? No? Let me reload. Okay, more gunpowder. No? Nothing? Oh my gosh. Oh, me? Gosh? Bagosh? Gosh, bagosh. Wait, more shotgun bullets? Ah! What the fuck? Ah! Ah! Shit. Oh my gosh. Hold on. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh, why you why you had to turn on the cold water, Shen? I'm sorry. It's gonna get you, Shen. Shen, that's the liquor? Liquor? I hardly even know her. Oh, liquor. Is it gonna lick me? Is that what it is? Like it has a super long tongue? What is it? Can I kill it? Am I able to kill it? Oh, is that correct? The one and only ace? Just shut the fuck up and slowly walk past it. Okay. Yeah, it's blind, right? But it has like super good hearing. Uh-oh. Damn, what the ass do? What is that? Is that a tail or is that a You guys saw what I saw, right? The little pointy thing on his butt. Is that a tail or is a spine? Is it? But it was on his ass though, like under. You know, never mind. Alright. I'm back again? Are you winning? Yes, I'm winning! Welcome back, Javier! I am winning. I'm winning a lot. I haven't died once. Guys. Can you believe that? Okay. Oh, the mag? Okay. I can get the mag, but I need... Okay, I need like a chip or something, right? USB? I'm assuming. Oh my god, you died? How? No, no, I did not died. Did not. I did not die. I'm just that good. You know? Okay. High grade powder. First aid. I don't have any more room. Okay. Can I just combine this? Combine. There you go. Wait, can I put them together? Or no? I can't? I can't stack it? Oh, son of a B word. Okay, raccoon. Why is it orange? Is it... Raccoons aren't orange, are they? The human mutated with the new butt tail. I see, I see. So thank you for the hydrate. Thank you, thank you. Yeah, I just saw my first liquor. Son of a berry? Son of a berry? Son of a B word? Love water. Water's so good. Oh, red herb? Can I... Okay, now I have 2 red herbs. Yeah, what's in here? What is this? A battery? Shit. I don't have room. Internal memo. September 22nd, 1998. Office supplies internal relocation notice. Heat resistant 3 number combination saved. Move from Star's office 2nd floor to West office 1st floor. The combo is left 9, right 15, left 7. Please change the combo ASAP upon receipt. Okay. What do I do here? Should I just... Oh my god, why can't I have more space? Should I just... I don't want to waste anything though. Yeah, I'll just... I don't want to discard it. Should I just come back? Or should I just throw one of these away? Yeah, I'll just throw one of these away. Pick this up. I feel like this is more important. Yeah. Anything else? Anything else here? I don't want to miss anything. Let me look at my map. Okay. All I need is that, and then the gun. Alright. Oh my god. That's good, proud of you. Thank you, thank you. I remember how pissed off you got at Barry and kept calling him a B word. Yeah, cause he like basically like stabbed me in the back. You know? He like left me, he dished me, and he's supposed to like, we're supposed to be a team. You know? You were almost as accepted as the deer incident. Not the deer incident. Oh my god. Oh, the vent? Please don't come in. Ah! Fuck, I'm running. Fuck, I'm running. Like, go here? No, I can't. Shit. Don't come in! Oh, nice. Nice! Okay. Got a map? L9, R15, left 7. Thank you. Alright. Does the goat not get along with deer? we don't talk about the deer incident. We don't talk about the deer incident. Oh, unicorn! Okay, what was it? What's this? Memo? Some guy scribbling to any survivors. No, not this. Where's his journal? Orientation tutorial. Police station. Is it this? David. Am I blind? Oh, right here. Okay. Is the unicorn? Is the fish, scorpion, and the jug? Oh my god! Fish, scorpion, the jug. Okay, I got the medallion. Fuck! Okay. Okay. I might as well use one of these. Okay. Right here. Anything else? Anything else? Okay, I need. No, this is the room. Where is? I kill you? You're dead, you're dead! You're dead, you're dead! You're dead, you're dead! You're dead! You're so dead. Okay. Okay. Okay, I'm trying my best not to waste bullets, okay guys? Oh my god. Oh jeez. Hell yeah, the girl is always entertaining. Is there another one? The incident was traumatic for her? Oh my god! Wait for me! God damn! Yeah! Yeah! Oh, I didn't know I could do that. Oh shit! Oh no, Kennedy! Leon, Leon! Can I get my knife now? Oh shit, I don't have my knife anymore, huh? Damn. 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 That's okay. That is A-okay. Oh my god. Oh, I got another knife? Never mind. Oh my god. What kind of luck? Holy shit. Okay. We're here. What is this? Red book? Okay, and this is the beginning. Okay. Oh my god. There we go again with the medallions. No. Oh my god. What happened? She does. Okay, the deer incident, we were playing Remnant 2 and I was admiring the deers, you know, the wildlife, and then all of a sudden, pew! A deer gets shot down right in front of my eyes. Oh my god. So traumatic. Okay, now I can put this here. Okay, I need one more medallion. Oh, one more medallion. Okay, let me... I'm gonna save. Yes. I may or may not have shots there or many. Yeah, apparently he's been killing innocent deers. You know, for no reason. You don't gotta kill them. They don't drop anything. Okay. See. Oh, I don't have that much bullets anymore. I have a red book. Can I look at it? Oh, it's just a piece of plastic. Shape like a book. Oh, I know where to put this. Okay, it was that one statue. Okay. Let me see my map. Library, go up here. Armory. Where is the art room? Okay, the art room. Let's go to the art room. Now there's no ink. Yeah, there's no ink. I'm so happy that there's no ink. Oh my god, the ink was like the worst part of the first game. Honestly. Okay. Here. It says I'm missing something in here. What am I missing? Oh, it's safe! That's right. Okay, was it this one? Which one was it? Something about safe. Storage locker terminal. Was it this? Heat resistant 3 number comes stars office 2 to west office floor 1. Where am I? Where's the west office? I'm in the waiting room. This is the first floor, right? This is the second floor? Okay, main floor. West office. Okay, this one. Okay, okay. I'll go back after I do this. Art room. Okay. Book. News. Okay. Oh my god. So easy, so easy. Oh my god. Hey, you never know. They don't drop anything if you don't kill them first. But they don't hurt you though, you know? The ink stressed me out a lot. Having you walk around the mansion with your life in red upset my nerves. That's the statue of the broken one that you revealed. Oh. I see. Yeah, I hated the ink. I can't believe I got through like an hour without having to save. Okay. Now I have a wand, staff with a jewel in it. Oh? Oh? Okay. Jewel. That's it. And then I have a battery. Can I just leave? You can't come in here, right? No? Okay. Alright. Here. Again. Wait, wrong way. Sometimes you need the things that sometimes you need the things that don't hurt you, that do hurt you drop. Oh my god, I can't type on my phone for shit tonight. That's hilarious. That is hilarious. Alright. And I think I could do this safe. Okay, what was it? It was left 7, right? 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Hold on, let me look at it again. Left, oh, left 9, right 15, left 7. 9, 15, 7. Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. 1, 2, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Okay. More space! More space! Oh my god. Thank you. Thank you so much. Okay. Now I did that. I have a jewel. What can I do with a jewel? What can I do with this jewel? Oh my god. I did not understand anything. I too have no idea what he was trying to say, and I speak English. Yeah, that was very hard to read. Why don't you give that another try? So sometimes there are things in games that do not hurt you, but you need the items that they drop. There we go. Okay, now that makes more sense. That's hilarious. Hilarious. Okay, okay. Shower room. Shower room? Wasn't I just there? How do I get there again? Okay, through the library. Let's go through the library. Going through the library. Okay, there's a ladder here. There's a door here. Stairs here. And that's where we came from. What's in here? Oh, okay. This is where I got the other medallion. Okay. Like I said, I can't type Fushi on my phone tonight. I'm a foul. So the moral is to murder everything, even their friendlies. Learn English. It's crying. It's the effort that matters, alright? It's the effort. Behind you, Shin? There's nothing? Did you? Okay, Yoshi. Okay, okay. Ooh. Okay. I need something to move the thingy. Why though? Can I just go across? Like this? Oh wait, I can't! Fuck, okay. Can I go through here? Oh yeah, this is the other medallion. Okay. Wait a minute. Ikamachi. Okay. I need explosive. Okay, I need something to put here. No? I have a red jewel. What do I need the red jewel? Oh wait, what the heck is this? Oh, shotgun? More bullets? Okay. Where have I not gone? Over here? This room? Alright. I've been looking around and eating zombies. Oh, the zombies aren't eating him. He's the one eating them. Okay, over here. Oh wait, this too. That's right. Can I just try every single combination? Alright. Just move the bookcase. I need the little pump thingy to like make it lift though. You know? Eating zombie gross is eat or be eaten. That's what she said. I bite back. Shouldn't just be killed, be killed. Hey, you know, there's other ways, you know? You don't gotta stick to one way, you know? And if a dog on the street tries to bite you, you bite the dog. Shashin. Ooh. Excuses? Excuses? Okay, you know what? I'm gonna take the shotgun with me. You know, since I have more space. A flash grenade. Hold on. I can make shotgun shells. Hold on. Oh. Combine. Okay. Nice. Okay. There we go. 6, 7, 5. Do you even lift, bro? Do you even lift, bro? I bite them back because I got the dog in me. I got the dog in me. Whoa, 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 whoa. Okay. Safety deposit room. Safety deposit room. Wait, there's another bag in here? Damn. Wait, am I missing something here? Hold on. What am I missing in here? The dark room? Hold on, wait. Is this it? Just this picture? Since I'm missing something here. Oh, never mind. Oh wait, these are like activities, right? The exclamation marks. Okay, I need a green clove. Wait, I haven't gone over here yet. Okay. How do I get over here though? Break room? Boiler room? Interrogation room? Records room? Wait, I didn't go over here? Operation room? Hold on. I got a dog in me. You clipped that? The police station is huge, just like the mansion. Yeah, it is really big. I'm low-key confused. Like, I know the layout a little bit, but I'm still like low-key confused. Wait, what am I missing here? Oh wait, there's another lock. Okay, and I have another lock. Oh, let me go up. I mean, I heard that if you buy a dog in the air, it shows that you're the alpha, and it won't be aggressive with you. Never tried it though. Really? I tried it. You know why? Because like when my dog, okay, one of my dog, my oldest dog, Nico, when she was like a puppy, she was an ankle biter. She was an ankle biter, and like she was the only dog we had, so you know she couldn't really like learn anything. And like my brother-in-law was like, cause my brother-in-law needs to have like dogs, so he was like, oh yeah, just bite her back, you know, bite her in the ear. So she knows how much, you know, it hurts, and she won't do it ever again. And guys, it actually works. It actually works. You know? Oh god. Yeah, they learn. Yeah, she was a really big ankle biter. It was like very traumatizing. Oh wait, I could move this? Wait, then what's the point of me having like... Wait. What is this though? What do I need this for? I'm so confused. Okay. I can move this. But then there's still a gap right there. Ah! Oh my god! Oh my god! Wait, but I still can't get over though. Because there's still another gap. Right? Right? It won't let me go! I can easily jump over! Why can't you jump, Leon? Can I move it like somewhere else? I can't move it between that. I think that's the only room I need to go to. Where am I? Okay. Can you take off the jack? No, I can't. I need like the pump thing. Yeah, it won't let me. It only lets me like look at it, and I think I need to like combine it with something. I'm assuming. I can only move it like left and right. Nothing. Wait, there's something here? Hold on. Is there something here? There is something here! Oh my god! Okay. Okay. The lever? Yeah. I need a lever to use it. Let me just double check. Double checking. Okay. Stars, office, launch. Okay, let's go back. We're gonna go back to like the third floor. It is very frustrating not being able to defend yourself from a zombie. Yeah. I have a knife. Okay. Oh wait, not this room. This room? How do I get out? Over here. Okay. Oh no, wait. Okay, this is the C4. This is the locker thingy. How do I get over here? Oh wait, this is the door I need to go to. And then this door. Did I try going over there? She has a knife? Yeah, I have a knife. Okay, if I go down, it goes down to the... This goes to the main hall. Okay. Main hall, waiting room. This is the first floor, reception. Okay. Safety deposit room. Okay, we're gonna go all the way to the first floor. And I have a foot ready to go into your ass. Don't kick the goat, please. Kick the goats. You're right. I think she might like it. Hey. Maybe. Maybe. Okay, Marvin. This room. Okay, okay. Combine. Okay. Can I go in here? Can you go back to where I started? Okay. I go here. Operation room. Operation room. I need a key. Operation room. Ah! Run, Leon!
Son of a bitch.
Operation room.
Jesus.
Get out of here. Okay, this is right? Yes, it is. Okay. Oh my god. Shen, did you read what I said before the knife comment? Did you call it a lunge? A lunge? Yeah, I call it a lunge.
What the?
A lunge? Is it not a lunge?
Shit.
Can you please die, ma'am? Okay. I can go in here now, right? Oh, okay. Nice. I could blow it up. Okay. Locker room. CAP, cap. CAP, cap. I need a heart. I said it is launch. It is launch. Hold on. I'm fighting for my life right now. Hold on. You're dead, right? Okay. Wait. Okay. It's launch? Did you just call it a launch? Is launch like loud? Loud? What do you mean loud? I'm so lost. Chaos. I said it is launch. Bomb? Think of how you said loud. It is loud. Loud? Like loud? Launch? It's load. It's load. Guys, okay. Think of how you say loud. Lounge. Lounge? Lounge? Lounge. Okay. Wow. English 101. Lounge. The lounge. English is not my best suit. Alright, guys. Alright. To be honest, I have never talked this much before, ever, in my entire life. Alright? If I'm being honest. I think for the past 2 years since I started streaming, I've talked more than I have my entire lifetime. Yeah, you got it? Proud of you? Thank you. Oh my gosh. Alright, I'll take this. There you go. Okay, now I'm in here. Wait, this is a plant? This is the plant. Oh god. Oh god. Please die. Where's the plant? Is this a plant? Oh, it's here. Okay. I don't know. I think your English is pretty good. She's becoming a pro yapper. Yeah, I'm a pro yapper. Man, chat over here teaching Shen proper English. Is it your second language? Yes, it is. English is my second language. Yup. But like, if I'm being honest, I speak more English than I do my second language, my first language though. So it kind of like adapt, you know. Like now, I'm terrible at both languages. Yep, that's how it is. Okay, I need a cap. Hold on, I need to look at the sign again. Locker room, cap. Locker room, cap. Locker room, cap. The room is the showers. Where was it? Locker room, cap. It was upstairs, right? I luckily speak Spanish. Sí. Yo hablo español. También. Yeah. Pero mi español es no bueno. Cap. Okay, more shotgun shells. Is that everything in here? Okay. Star's office. That's all I got? Shotgun shells? Jack. I need a jack. PC. Gunpowder. Safe. Crank. That's right, I need a crank. Wait, I didn't go all the way over here yet? Huh. I'm gonna go all the way over here, okay. Here, waiting room. Fire escape. The only thing I really want to know how to say Spanish is fuck your mother. Let me go in here. I don't think I need the jewel. Let me put it away. Shen, habla español también, pero no es muy bueno. But you are very understandable. Oh, thank you. That's great. Thank you. Hola, ¿cómo estás? Muy. Pusito español. Pusito español. Let's do this one. Yeah, my languages is all sorts of effed up. Okay, since I'm here, go to the upstairs, reading room, upstairs. Shen, you didn't tell us your first language? Oh, my first language is Hmong, guys. It's like it's a small group of like Asian people. We're basically like refugees, Chinese people. Yeah. And then the Chinese kicked us out. Oh. Come here, sir. Shoot, I don't have no more bullets! Oh god! Mong? Yeah, it's spelled like H-M-O-G. H-M-O-N-G. Yep. Fire escape. Can I shoot it? Okay, this part. And I need a crank. I need a crank. Okay, what if I go down the fire escape? Yeah. Wait, there's bullets here! And I'm back here? Can I go here? No? Door must remain shut. I went here. Oh wait, there's a grass here? Okay. Nothing else in here? I could leave? Okay. Fire escape. Oh god. Okay. Should I go back? Says I'm missing something here. Oh, this? Is that everything? That's everything? Okay, waiting room. I need a crank. I can't go here. I can't go here either. Where have I not gone? I need a I need something for the PC. Safety deposit room. Locker's terminal. I went here, 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 here. Entrance, reception. I need a key to go here. A dial lock. Storage room. Okay, might as well go here then. Get the next medallion. Alright. There's a pharmaceutical that is a big word. In this case, it is not posito, it's poquito. In English, you don't use that. I wouldn't judge you if you don't even know how to say it. Poquito. Oh, poquito, like small, right? That's what it means, right? Small. I'm not gonna grab the planks leaning on the fence. Leaning on the fence. Can you take the crank back off the thing in the shower in the room? No, it's a different crank. So the shower room is like a wheel, and then the crank I need is like the one you turn, like you roll like a boat, like from the first game. Yeah. Okay, gotcha. I definitely didn't know how to spell it, but I know how to say it. Yes, small or little. Yes, poquito is just little. Ooh, little. That's what she said. Ha 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 ha. Yeah, yo hablo español un poco, guys. Un poco. How do I get? Is it up? Third floor. Third floor. To the left. This way. Right? Yes. Yes. Okay. I go upstairs. To to this room. I think. Yes. Okay. Okay. Nice. And then I could do this. Right. Right. This. Wait. Do I need something else? Hold on. A battery. Combine. There we go. Okay. Okay, now it's gonna explode. Am I gonna die? Alright! Alright, I got it. Oh, wait. The code? Okay. How do I go to the next page? 2? Officer's notebook. What is it? Lady, arrow, snake. Fuck. Are you here? Arrow. There you go. Oh my god! Oh my god. There's so many languages I want to learn how to speak fluently. You passed the exam very well. Thank you. But mainly Spanish, Japanese, and German. German! Whoa, German? Oh, that's gonna be hard. Need a medallion. Okay. Ah! Fuck! Shit! Go, Leon! Fuck. Stop! Can I go the other way? Shit. Fuck! Am I gonna die here? Fuck! Combine. This. How do you know? I'm not even moving. Can I leave out this way? Okay. Ah! You saw the B-word! I'm literally out here! Fuck! Is it chasing me? No way! You never chased me before! Oh god, Leon. Oh god, Leon. Yeah, Jamaica is my heritage. Oh my god, you're German? Oh my gosh. Oh shit, I don't have... I need healing. Let's do the 6. I need healing. Oh my god. Panic goats? Yeah, I'm panicking. How do I get out of here? Dark room. Okay. I think I know. Here. And I could go over here. Thank you for the redeem. Thank you. Is there any like healing items here? Please? No? Nothing? Okay. I'm literally limping right now. Goats. We are a mix of nationalities here. Yeah, it's very diverse. Very diverse. Oh, what about Marvin? Am I just gonna ditch Marvin? German, English, Norwegian for sure. But I'm sure there's other things in there too, like French and Irish. You should do a 23andMe. You know, like those DNA
That's it.
tests.
That's our way out. Lieutenant Branna! Marvin! It's time to go. Hey, Marvin.
Did you just growl at me?
We need to get you to a hospital right now.
Mexican?
No,
Love Mexicans.
Save yourself.
Come on, I've got you.
Go!
Look, we can still make it out of here together. You just can...
It's too late.
You had a gun this entire time? You couldn't give it to me?
Tried, Leon. But I couldn't stop it. We can't-
Basically, I'm just a mix of all Caucasian here.
It's on you. Just go.
You're a mutt? Is that mean?
Understand.
Is that rude? Calling a person a mutt? Is that mean? I'm sorry.
I won't let you down, Marvin.
Is that the end? Do I not go anywhere else? Okay, now I'm dying. I need to heal. No, not mean or rude, at least not to me. Okay, okay. Anything for me to heal. What is this? I need a wheel looking thing. Okay. I am about to die. An elevator. Fun fact about me, my name is Javier Guerrero. In English, it's warrior. Wait, that's what it means? What? I didn't know it means that. Wait, that's so cool. What? I have a friend who's like... I have a German friend who... his last name is literally Wolf. Yeah. I was like, what? That's so cool. Yeah, like... You know, if he becomes like a teacher or something, he'll be like Mr. Wolf. Like, that's so cool.
What the?
Bro, that's so dope. Yeah, it's so cool. Guerrero. Should I just run? Okay, that side is blocked. That sound really cool. Yeah, it's really cool. I don't even have a last name. I mean, my in real life last name. I don't even know what it means, but yup. But my VTuber name, Shinobi, I don't even have a last name. Oh my god, I'm getting pounded, guys. Oh my god, is this Mr. X? Mr. X?
Brakes won't work on this thing.
Okay, okay. How do I... Do I kill it? Am I supposed to kill him? Ah! Fuck! Oh my god! I'm dead. I'm dead? Is this a boss battle? Okay. Underground. Oh my god. Oh my god. I know a little in a lot of different languages, but I am only fluent in English at the moment. I mean, English is very universal. You know, especially like in this like time and age. No, that's Dr. Birkin, if I remember his name. Dr. Birkin. What do you mean, Shen? You do have a last name. Your name is Shinobi the Goat. Wait, you're right. You're right. That is my last name. Shinobi Goat? Is my last name Goat? Call me Mrs. Goat. Hold on. What if I go down here? Can I go down here? Is there anything down here? What's this? A grenade! Okay. Oh wait, pick it up. Oh. Okay, this is a lock. What's that purple thing? Okay. Okay. I guess we have to fight him. Birkin? Remember that guy? Or that thing? Birkin. Shinobi God? And yes, it's a boss fight? Okay. Okay. Shinobi Goat. G-O-A-T. Shinobi. G-O-A-T. Shinobi. G-O-A-T. Okay, Leon. Leon, you better not die. I'm literally like one hit away from dying. So I gotta make sure I don't get hit. Oh god, look at those eyes! Eyeballs! Got so much repressed anger!
Jesus. Bridge won't work on this thing.
Okay, here's a dead end, right? For sure. Which way is he gonna come? Can I grab this? Oh yeah. Ah! Fuck. Oh my god. Alright. Is there another herb here? Another herb? Oh, great. Okay. Nice. Bye-bye. More bullets? Where are you, sir? Where are you? Oh god. Oh shit! Wait, I shoot the eyeball, right? I shoot the eyeball?
No choice.
Go, Leon, run! Here, let's use my pistol. I think I have better aim. Okay. Wait. Where's the eyeball? Does he not have an eyeball anymore? Fuck, I'm stuck. Fuck, I'm stuck. Fuck, ah! Dead end, dead end, dead end. Come over here, come over here, come here. Oh, wait, wait! There! No, no, no! Pistol! Pistol! Yeah, shoot you in the eye. Run, Leon, run, run. Wait, how do I get more bullets? Oh my god! Okay, okay, come here. Come here.
Damn. Where is he?
He's gone. Wait, where did he go? Ah! The grenade? The grenade? Oh shoot. How do I use a grenade? Oh, bro got anger issues. Run! Woo! God. Okay. He doesn't die? He doesn't die? Oh my god, he doesn't die! Am I gonna have to fight him again? I suspect that he is not right in the head. In the eye.
Somebody's watching.
Oh my god, that is so much bullets. I'm almost gonna die. Oh wait, wait, what's this? Knife? Oh yeah, when I knifed him. That's right. Anything else? Is there like another herb I could take from here? No? What's this? Oh, another grenade. Hold on, let me loot. I need to loot. If I can find any more heals, so I can heal myself. Nothing? Is that everything? Nothing. Damn. Okay. Well, thank you for the hydrate. Thank you. A little water. Now we're back. Oh, where's this? Locker room? Oh my god, a green one. This is fine. This is fine. Alright. Anything else here? Nope. Oh. What does this do? Oh, okay. Now the platform has moved. Okay. Nothing? I didn't miss anything, right? No, no. Oh shit. Wait, I could do that with the Q? I did not even know that. What? Okay. Is a ladder there? A locker here? Oh my god! More space! Okay. Save it. Okay. Anything I need in here? I might as well take this, you know? Take it out. Just in case I need it. Okay. You know what? Never mind, never mind. I'm gonna put it back. I don't think I need it. I'll put this back too. This, I don't need it. Okay. Okay, okay. Have y'all seen that time I got reincarnated as a slime? Oh, I did. I saw like the first couple episodes. We actually watched it in Discord. I remember. Yeah. But we never finished it though. Rimuru? Rimuru? What is Rimuru? I'm caught up. Yes. Oh, is that like the Japanese? The name? His name? Rimuru? Cause I not gonna lie, I watched the first couple episodes of Slime and I don't remember anything. I legit don't remember anything. Can I go in here? No. That's the MC, the main character. Oh, see, guys, my brain is small, very small. Nothing here. I guess this is the only. Wait, can I go over here? Hold on. I don't think I tried this door. No? I'm curious, but I've never seen it. Although I've always seen things from the anime. Yeah, I've always seen like clips and stuff, and like everybody keeps like what do I say, recommending it to me.
Need a key card.
No, not the dogs! No, not the dogs!
You gotta be kidding me.
Claire! Is Claire gonna come save me? No!
Who is that?
Not the dog.
Stay sharp.
Wait, is that who I think it is?
Lower it.
Is that who I think it is?
Sorry. Thank you.
Is that who I think it is? The name, the name I got wrong.
FBI, huh? What's going on?
Sorry, that information is classified.
Where you going?
That is Ada Wong, guys.
Stop
Ada
asking
Wong.
questions and keep
Ada Wong. Okay, get it right.
Hey, I'm not done talking to you.
Oh god. Stop laughing. Don't laugh at me. Okay, it was a little mistake. Okay. Ooh, it's over here. Ooh. Oh, more bullets. Nice. Ooh, what's this? Map? the parking garage. The parking garage. Hmm. Oh, dead people. Okay, can I go? Can I go here? No. You guys are cruel. I didn't realize how many of the games she was actually in. Oh, really? Yeah, she's in 2 and 4, right? 2 and 4? I actually don't know. Wait,
Hello?
who are you?
Hey. I don't believe it. A real human. Hello, human.
You been here long?
Long enough. Are we the last ones alive?
No, there's a few of us.
Huh. That's good news, I guess.
Yeah.
That's of course Iron sent you.
Irons. You mean Chief Irons? Is he still around?
Who cares?
Wait, why is he
Somebody's
locked
dead
up?
by now.
What do you mean by that?
He's the
Is
bastard
he
who
like
locked
a
me
like
in.
a
I'm
like
sure
a
he had good
psychopath?
reason.
He did.
Or like we just need him to be alive because
I was about to blow the whistle on his dirty
of
ass.
his protection.
I'd have done the same thing to him, I guess.
Hello, human.
I'll make you a deal. Unlock this cell and I'll give you this. There's no other way out of that parking garage. Believe me.
Sorry, I can't do that. I have to talk to the chief first.
Look, we're both prisoners in this station. So either we play nice and help each other out. Shit. It's coming.
What?
Oh shit!
What's coming?
It's coming.
Come on, don't be an asshole.
Is
If
it the
you need
liquor?
This,
The liquor?
just get me the fuck out of here!
No! Is that Mr. X?
Oh my god.
I recognize that leather glove anywhere. Mr. X. Oh my god.
Who is that?
It's just me. So you can put that thing away.
I don't even know what happened. It just happened so quick.
I told you to get out of here. You wouldn't want to end up like Ben, would you?
You knew him?
He was an informant. Had information of use to my investigation.
So what he said was true? Hey, you can't keep walking away
Oh my
from
god,
me.
how is she wearing heels?
I don't even know your name.
And this, like,
I'm Leon Kennedy.
like, apocalypse? She's wearing
Find a way
heels.
out.
Like, what if you have to run? You better
Before
be
it's
good
too
at
late.
running.
Then we'll talk.
Oh, welcome in!
Name's
Welcome
Ada.
in! Funny thing about him, he didn't even want to leave the cell in the original game. Really?
Well, I guess the deal's on.
Oh my gosh. She is badass in heels. Go on. Can I...
What in the world?
How do I grab the key though? Oh, the card. She couldn't like unlock this for me? I need... Oh, okay. A crank? Okay, I got a crank. Memo, jail power panel. The power panel is out. Can the person in charge of it please take care of it ASAP? I assume everyone knows, but since the jail's power panel is old as hell, we're gonna need those custom power panel parts. No one makes anymore. There should be a few in the generator room. Okay, I got word that there's only one of those power panel parts in the generator room. The guy that's here to fix the bill in the clock tower should have another. So, someone ask him nicely for it, please. I'm gonna steal it from him. Okay, generator room. Did I go here? Oh, it's all locked, right? What did this do? Oh, because there's no power. Okay. There's no power. That's right. Alright. He died? Yeah. He's dead. He's dead. Ben is dead. Okay, this is where I came from. We go here. No? How do I get out? Okay, this is the door we came from. There's nothing here. Parking garage. Can I go over here then? It's open, right? Oh yeah, over here. This door? Yeah, Mr. X said hello, and that seems to have dying effect on people. Dying effect on people? What do you mean by hello? Like he actually said it, or like his way of saying hello is to kill them? Equipment disposal notice. Item to be disposed. Key to patrol car 7439. Details. Bent key, no longer useful, but can still open the car's doors and trunk with its keyless entry buttons. Okay. Oh. Salmon? Oh, okay. What is this? A message from Mr. Raccoon. Howdy, boys and girls! It's your pal from Raccoon City Zoo! It's always great to see you! Today I want to talk about something really important to me. You know my popular Mr. Raccoon toys? Well, I heard some bad kids have been using them for target practice, but that makes me really sad. Good little kids wouldn't be that mean, right? Plus, it's super dangerous, so don't do it! Anyways, see you at the zoo! Mr. Raccoon out! Was that good? How was that? Hello. The ladder? He has a very aggressive hello. Oh. Oh. Did he say hello to me? Okay. Ooh. There it is. It's the raccoon. Anything else here? More bullets? Is that all? Is this everything? Nothing else here? Okay. I'm gonna... Okay, that's everything in here. That's where we came from. And I can't go here. No? It's over here. Oh! Oh no, not the dogs! Oh my god. What is this? No, not the dogs! Uh-oh. They better not get out. You guys better not get out, please. Oh my god. Shen, you still gonna stay a while, right? Yeah, probably. I wanna do at least like... I wanna hit at least 4 hours. Like, almost 5. Yeah, so I'm probably gonna be here for like another hour, hopefully. Yep. Okay. I can use the crank here. Wait, but what's over here? Oh shit! I threw it out! I'm so sorry. I was trying to knife you. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I was trying to knife you, not throw a grenade. Okay, thank you. You're welcome. You're welcome. Okay. Name of deceased? Justin Hansen. Oh, don't forget to add in your Discord when you decide on a collab date. Okay, okay, chaos, for sure. Male, Caucasian, 39 years old. Oh my god. Found dead in jail cell bed by staff. Hands are still clenched tight due to rigor mortis, which should be coming to an end. It's highly likely that he died just after lights out. Deceased was a known kleptomatic. Incarcerated multiple times, incredibly. He was still even while in jail, though that was consistent with his clinical diagnosis. Okay. Okay, okay. My gosh. Is that how you wake up someone? Damn right, I drop a bomb on them. I didn't mean to, okay? I didn't mean to. It was an accident. He catch a grenade for ya? I'll catch a grenade for ya. Wait, what is this? Oh, okay, I got a key. Okay, nice. Ah! I'll knife you. I'll knife you. Oh my goodness. Alright. It happened to me once. I tried to grab a knife from the kitchen and threw a grenade by mistake. In real life? Oh my goodness. Can I knife you? You're dead, right? Oh wait, I cut her arm off. Wait, I don't have my knife anymore? Oh, rip. Rip, rip. I'll push it back. Anything? No? Anything here? No? Anything else in here? Oh! Okay. No? Ah! Whoa! Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh, look, Yoshi, cockroaches. Oh my god. Okay, red herb, red herb. Please, gimme, gimme. No, nothing? Okay. I think we're good here. Yeah. And then I could do this. That's right. Use the crank. Stairs. Where does it lead though? What's over here? Okay, green herb, green herb. Oh, tab, combine. What's this? Okay. I hear dogs. I hear dogs. I hear a dog. I keep. Oh, am I going schizo? I swear to God, I just heard like growling. Anything here? No. What did that do? Nothing? It did nothing? Generator room. Oh, I missed something here. Pill? Not pill. Gunpowder? Where was the gunpowder? Right here? Okay. Is that it? Just this room? Okay. Puzzle? It's a puzzle? Hold on, let me go back. It's a puzzle. I don't have any clues though. Should I just come back to this? Oh, they're supposed to hit like the. Oh, okay, I got it. Okay. Okay, they're all here. This one pulls it back. This one pulls that one back. This one pulls. Okay. Okay, can I start them all like this? Okay. All of them, both of these has to hit the red, right? I feel like this is bad. Okay. This. There we go. Okay. Oh my god, I'm so smart. Okay. No way, no way, no way, no way, no! Fuck!
Son of a bitch.
I'm so sorry, 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 I'm so sorry! I'm so sorry! I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. More dogs, please. I just wasted bullets. Ah! Oh my god. Ah! Stop! Stop! I'm so sorry. Oh my god. Alright. Alright. Where did I go? I mean, they're trying to kill you? They're not friendly? I mean, I see that! I see that! Wait, wait, wait. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry, dog. I'm so sorry. Oh my god, I'm so sorry. Oh my god. They are not. Shed's greatest weakness. Zombie dogs! Yeah, it is. My greatest weakness. Alright. What door did I unlock? This one in the middle? Okay. Oh my god. 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 And they are not real dogs no more. The poor dogs. The poor dogs. They're already dead anyway. It's not like they're aggressive dogs. I love dogs though. I love dogs. This is so sad. Okay, let's go in here. Purple? Oh, blue. Whoops. Blue herb. Okay. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god. Jeez. Oh, I can turn on the light. What's this? Do I have another like regular gunpowder in here? Yes, I do. Okay. Yeah, I could make more shotgun. This one. Combine this one. Oh wait, I have another gunpowder. Okay. What's over here? Okay. Oh my god. Hot dogs? Hot dog. Hot dog indeed. What is this? Electrical part? More mag ammo? Oh god. Can I look at this? Oh, no. Okay. So we have this. Fuse. Ammo. A key. Okay. I could put the grenade away. I don't think I need it. I have 3 of these. Put this away. 'Cause I don't think I'm getting poisoned yet. Put this away. Okay. The mags. I don't have a mag gun yet. Yeah, we can put this away. Alright. Here, let me save again. Okay. What is it? 13? What if I turn it off? Nothing here? Okay. Oh, Jesus Christ. Is this a good time to stop, guys? It's been 4 hours. I think this is a good time to stop. Is it, you know, I think I got pretty far. You know, we progressed really well. Up to me? Damn. Why do I have to make the decisions? Okay, you know, I'm probably gonna end it here. It's been 4 hours. Damn, I think I did pretty good. I think I did really damn good today. It's your stream? Yeah, I know. But I hate being in charge, guys. Oh god. Oh my god, this is you, pal? Which way do I go? Okay. Oh, it's Sound Mine. Run! I was so mad here, guys. I was like super frustrated. I literally slapped myself in the face. I'm not kidding.
I'm good.
What game is that? Is In Sound Mind. It's so good. It's such a great game. It's like one of my favorite games. It's so good. I love this so much. I love it so much. It's such a great game. I would replay it again if I could. I love it so much. It's such a good game. So good. Is it the psychiatrist? Yeah, it is. Yeah, it is. Going through memories? Yeah. It is. It's that game. Yep. So good. So good. I love it. One of my favorites. Yup. Alright. It's almost 2 a.m. for me, guys. And should I raid someone? Who should I raid? Is there anybody I can raid? Do any of you guys know anyone I could raid? I saw a short gameplay of it. Oh, nice. Yeah, you should definitely play a UA. Play on stream. Oh, it's so good. It's a little bit hard, but like there's some parts that are like super hard. But it's like, it feels good. It's like a good pain. You know? Alright. Who to raid? Who to raid? Good pain is crazy? What do you mean? Good pain is good pain. Akiroko. Alright. Akiroko. Search. Oh! Alright, we're gonna raid this person. They're playing Valorant. Okay, so you can stay if you like, you can leave if you like. Thank you everyone. Thank you all for joining. Thank you all for coming by. Thank you everyone for coming in. You guys are super pog. Thank you for the raise. Oh my god, thank you, thank you. Thank you for the follows. Thank you everyone. Rest well everyone. Thank you for joining.